I suspect my audio is muted just there. Hopefully it's working now. Let's try that again. Well, hello. Yesterday we were working on getting this UI into a more usable state. We need to fix that. I thought I did fix that, but apparently not. We'll look at that in a minute. But the problem is that as we delete these connections, in the cases where we have lots of them, we kind of start to do that, and we need to be like scooted up, right? And if we scroll, then it works correctly. But the issue here is that we don't actually, when we delete these, we actually just make them invisible, and we set the data structure underneath to be deleted. Nothing gets changed until we hit apply. So like if I click off and come back, they're all still here. And again, if I come in and delete them, and you could do it in any order, right? So that makes things a little hard. And if we cancel, it also reloads. But when we cancel, it reloads, right? So I was just looking at this and I had an idea. Instead of doing all this work, perhaps we can still set you to be deleted. That is correct. The thing that we need to do, I think, is get rid of all this. We can get the index in parent of not the, because that's the frame that sits around, right? Oh, because I'm doing this backwards. I don't need to get it out of here. I need to just call this on transit container directly. And then I can say do child. Oh, can I actually just do that directly? Might even be better. So if I just delete this, I wonder if automagic might happen, because I'm wondering if the whatever they use to calculate the visible area, the scroll barness of it, I wonder if it's getting confused by the fact that we were just hiding them rather than deleting them. And because this is just deleting from the UI, I think we still are good. We need to fix a couple other things here too, but crap. The answer is no. Hit cancel, everything comes back because again, we're rebuilding from scratch. So that part works. We want to, but this does simplify things a little, right? Because that eliminates the possibility of having mixed in child things of different states, right? Which was cooking my brain yesterday. So if I'm not mistaken, which very well may be, let's think about this. When this happens, even scrolling down works fine to fix that. So we essentially just need to set scroll in a way that actually modifies whatever gets updated there. Let's leave all this stuff in here just for a second while we think, because it'll kind of help, hopefully. If our well, here's the other thing I was thinking about too. We also have this issue where, for one, we need to make this default. Well, maybe not, because hang on. Before I get ahead of myself, at full screen, this displays perfectly fine. Okay, so if you're running a narrower resolution, like, things are just gonna be that way. I don't think I can set these splits dynamically to show everything inside of them. You'd have to do like media queries for certain widths, but that's future me problems, right? So I don't even know if Cogent can do those. Theoretically, hopefully. But we have this going on, which I thought we had fixed. We'll do that, take care of that in a second. But we have, we'll tackle one problem at a time, right? A little scattered today. We have this, which looks like crap. And I'm thinking that maybe if we did, so we have this frame, which actually is set to grow. And that's because this is the parent that holds all of these. But if this had a frame around just the transits, then theoretically it would size itself to be, to fit its content, right? And then we could say, we could drive these the widths off, and we probably have to put the button inside of a frame as well. Frames all the way down, right? But we could set these to have a width of like 80-20, and then we could justify this to the end, and then this stays to the left, so that way it gets a nice parallel, you know, look, maybe. And that might also do something for us in terms of being able to fix this scroll issue, because then we could maybe drive it off the parent frame. This all still needs to be deleted as we delete them. That's fine. We delete the widgets that represent them and set them to be deleted when we hit apply. So does that make sense? Maybe. Do we want to tackle that and give that a try before we do this? I think so, because this is going to, will get changed, right? And form parent, I go back to my, I believe, I believe this is form parent. Not that. This is form parent, I believe. So we would have to put form parent, form, yeah, okay. the we'll need a reference to it, and we'll need to use that when we build this. We already have a transit container. That's the. Well, let me double check my remembering here. And this is for each connection widget. So yeah, this is the thing that holds each connection within. Up here is where we do form container. Is that wait, no, I'm in the wrong place. Create transit data for each of them in that range. My spacing is wonky here. It's better. We make a widget. It gets put into updates. No, it takes update. Oh, we do it directly here. Okay. So we would need to have something we need to set up this container if we were going to use it, which is fine. What all do we use from edit bar in here? Frame updates. Okay, yeah, we do use that pretty heavily. We would need to, on the select, and on our refresh, we run through here as well, right? We nil everything, we update the data, we set the select connection. Yes, that's correct. So I would need to when we set a selected tile, we get the neighbor connections, we build it here. So the correct place as this is built would be here. I don't know that there's any harm in having an empty frame in cases where there is no no connections. That might be an accessibility thing. Which we're, you know, medium concerned with. Like I'm not an expert on it, but I care about it. So we try to make reasonable choices, but I guess we could just do a yeah, let's do this. We do need to save it here though, because the we need to target it, right? Form header. We do need that because we change it. So let's do form parent, form header. Connection section. And then here where we build this widget, we can say if connection section is nil, then connection section equals core.newFrame dot form parent, just like so. This, however, we are going to want to put into, wait a minute, where did I put my other widgety things? Up here, kind of, nope. Up here. That way we can monkey around with the styler on this and change everything, right? So instead of doing, right now, we can just do like that. Return it. And then this becomes form parent, like so. Otherwise, we're good to go. We come through here, do all this, but when we do this transit container, which is each individual transit object, right? Or widget. We do that. Make you in there. You're the grid, you have the columns. Like so. Then we would need frame. Oh, hang on. Yes. Because, okay, yeah. Because this needs to wrap. The button object. So that we can do this. Hopefully this all works out. This becomes we set them in, oops, to let's start with 80-20 for now. 100% of the parent. Nope. Just default this. We don't want it to be the full height of the parent because that would fill the thing up, right? We set the max to the same. Put you inside there. Expand your button. Form container got put in. Oh, did I chuck? You go in transit container. No. No, you're there. You're just getting added in the wrong order for some reason. I might have undone the change I made to move it up. Perhaps. Put you up here. We need to do the same thing. Put a frame in. At that. Transit container. That. Do whatever with the default height. Like so. Does that get me what I want? As a starting point. We forgot to do the transit container. Columns is 2. Oh, we forgot to put this into that, like so, and we also need the. Oh, you're in grid columns 2. I think. Hopefully that was the only thing we need to change. I'm probably missing something here. It's because our parent frame, we need to, not that, did it this, that, that. Make you a column. There we go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It worked. Okay, so now to get this just sort of a little bit tidier, we want to do in the delete column wrapper content put them at the end so that it goes to the right, hopefully. Yes. So much better. So much better. Okay. And then when we expand, we need to fix the delete. It's not correct anymore because this is no longer form parent. This is dot connection section, delete child, transit container. so. This is also, this is much tidier and tighter because we've removed all the excess spacing. So we need to actually cancel this. Oh, that breaks things apparently. Okay, good to know. It's because something isn't getting regenerated, I bet. See if we can figure out. Edit bar 2, edit bar 405. Three, four, five. This. But we nil checked you. Button bar. Cancel button, refresh selected tile and connection. It's because call update on this. Set it. Is it because form parent? It was 405, yes. No. 356. Here. $369. Select a tile. Well, we need to. That's weird. Why are you nil even though I have nil checked you? We'll come back to that in a second. We want to finish what we're doing here real quick. We have justified the content to the end. That's right. Okay. So we do this, come over here. Let's expand a couple things so that we have a nice long list. And then as I delete them, no, okay. But if I do that, then things good. So we still need to fix that, but that's fine. I'm happier with this overall by far. We just need to probably say that we make sure, okay. Also double check one thing real quick here. Keep forgetting to undo that. Oop, 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 oop. Broke it. Stop that, please. It's on all reselects, it seems. Inspect. Frame 2. Frame 1. Thought I selected you. It didn't line up. Anyway, this, and then you, yes, you're pushed over. This is the full size of the dealio, and it's actually, that's pretty good. I like that. So let's go ahead and fix the, figure out why this gets a nil pointer anytime, and let's just double check as well that, yeah, it's any reselect, which, so that tells me that it's in clear somewhere, probably, because that is what happens, or because it would, gets called on the first time too, but it's nil. Our selected tile is nil, so we just clear. No, I'm mistaken. If it's not nil, we clear it out. We clear that by replacing it. I wonder if maybe that is, I wonder if it's referencing nil things inside of there. I bet you it is, because we're doing tree stuff here. And I bet you it's going through there and saying, hey, need to lay you out correctly. But it has old junk in here, in the dealio. So let's say if we don't even care about if. I don't think. Reset that. We scroll to the start. Delete the children. Delete all children. Okay, here's what happened. This gets deleted. Oops. But it doesn't get cleared from. That's what happened. We delete all the children of form parent, which includes our section. So is there a better way that we can do this that's less fragile? Because this doesn't get cleared. It still has a reference. So it's not nil. The reference isn't. We could do, is there a, instead of doing this, children, da da da. Or is there a, if we did this, no. We'd have to do it from the parent, which is, makes sense. I don't think there's anything in here that's going to do this for us. Rendered children might be interesting for, well, no, because calling update should do that. There are things that give us sizes, which might be interesting for our scrolling. We'll revisit. Child by name. This is interesting. Returns a node, not a widget. Do we care? No. I don't think so. Because this actually takes a node. So what we can do is say this child by name I think they kebab case the names, but I don't care right now. This we would need to also do name, and if we're going to do that, we should do kind of a table. Do that. That. This. About one period only. Used for finding and serializing nodes, and otherwise set falsely ID, yada yada. Okay. So then we do, instead of this, that. And then we can say If connection section is nil, then we do that, put it into the form parent. Do all of these wonderful things, and then we don't need to have yet another reference to a thing up here, which I like. I like that a lot. Let's see how we get on here. I have broken something. Oops. Not that. Right. This is... Oops. Just connection section. That. And then the same thing there. Ooh, but you... As frame, we know it's a frame. Do that. Keep forgetting about that, but that's fine. Reselecting does not break things. Fantastic. If we start deleting and we cancel, okay. Love it. Fantastic. For good measure, because nothing is mutated just yet, or changes applied. We've had to go away. 5 changes applied. One thing at a time. Actually, maybe this is an easy one. When we do, not the form, the button bar, apply, refresh selected tile, refresh selected connection. Oh, that's a cancel button. We defer, refresh selected tile. We defer, refresh selected connection. That gets zeroed. It's because this doesn't ever end up cleaning out our selected connections. So we build all this and then we just append. So we need to ensure that we refresh both. And if we're going to do that, we would need here to clear the selections, but that's not true. We would need to do this. This. And then we would also need to delete child by name. And this is the connection table name. And then that would take care of this would all become a call to that. And if we're going to do that, we might as well we would need this here as well. And then we would need some changes. So hang on. Let's do this. Let's back you out. Back you out. And keep things a little bit separated here. So here, let's stop and let's make sure first that I haven't broken anything with that. Okay, that looks good. 2 changes applied. This should say 3. Well, it's going to say 3, yeah, because it's broken. That's fine. And then we have, there you go, there's my test one. Okay. So right here, we'll say, first of all, yes. And then put these back. Um, Wait a minute. Back this up. Yes. All of this back. Because hang on. That. Back up. Back up to where we just were. The logic to setting clears things. Set selected tile calls clear selections. Clear selections kills everything. When we do edit bar form, not edit bar form, button bar, we defer refresh here. This calls clear selections. Which clears everything. When we set to select tile, we also call clear selections. So we don't need to clear here if we're going to clear there, right? Probably the same with the selected connection. We don't clear here. Okay. Let's make sure that didn't break anything that I'm not thinking of. Three changes applied. 4 changes applied. Everything seems to be working. Okay. Update data. Calls the update func, right? Makes sense. Which should take care of updating our statuses and stuff, and we do see them persist. We defer refreshing those. And as part of refreshing, or sorry, setting a selected tile, we clear everything and we come in and just start pumping these into the UI. Which is fine and makes sense. but we... Okay, I'm confused. Where would that be coming from then? Why doesn't it get... Edit count is 1. Selected transits. Because this. Apply that. Connection edit widget at the end. Set selected transits. So as part of our... This clears them though. At the start, and then we come through and we build them over again. Cancel button. Apply button. We'd have... Look, a reply to an application on a Saturday. Rejection letter, as you might expect. Being that it's on a Saturday, suspect no human read that. So the... Why? So why? That is the question. This is updated, but we've taken selected transits and killed it as part of our refresh. Because we defer for selected tile and refresh selected connection. Update data, which is the update function that we tell it when we make a tile widget, which is connection button. We say that your update function why would you possibly be nil? It's in build connections. Redo all this. No. Which we did in... Oh yeah, okay. So we build connections, we call it, we give it itself, essentially. Which we give it the connection tile. Which this is nil, so this returns as a no-op. Makes sense. In the case where we haven't done a connection widget, we've just added, or we have selected a connection button, right? We've just added a representation of the data that's actually in the tile, or the tile is connected to. So this do this, apply it to the tile. So we reconnect, and then we don't. We call connect, but we don't We don't rebuild. Wait, no, it wouldn't even be connected. It would be... That's for editing one, which we know persists. We know deleting persists too. It just doesn't. The count doesn't. Disconnect. We do that and continue. So if this says we delete you, then we delete you. This doesn't fire if if the tile isn't updated. That's why. So that's not refreshing. The how do we want to do this? We kneel guard on both. So if you're nil, then we're just done. So let's just do this. Very first thing. We'll call that. Then this can go here. That can go here. Not with a defer. That. So then reselecting seems to work. If I delete a couple things, 3 changes applied. 1 change is applied. Weird that it wasn't showing up. It's because nothing ever got refreshed. I'm betting that if we were to take this out just for testing our thinking. So if we do this, and then we gotta be careful just to keep our test case the same, right? So we did that, apply, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would work. But delete 3 things. Well, no, because that would why would they not display? That would work. It was when we didn't change anything. Then here it still has the changes stored behind the scenes because we never refreshed, right? So it's still seeing those deletes. It's still calling delete. And then it counts it as a change. Because no refresh got called to empty out the selected connections. we still have selected transits. And they're still here because this call to refresh was selected connection. We don't have a selected connection widget because we're not basing it on a connection. So nothing got refreshed. Everything stayed. Everything was basically kind of like cached in the UI essentially. Fix now. Fact. All right. So now we need to. I had something else going on and I should have jotted it down, but everything keeps breaking, you know, UI things. So the scrolling thing. We're back to that. But with the structure altered slightly. And we didn't have to do all that other stuff. Fantastic. So it's been just about an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to use the restroom, stand up, stretch out. I'll be right back, and then we'll tackle another stab at this scrolling thing in a way that actually works. So, right back. All right. You ever get a crazy craving for like a Snickers bar out of nowhere? I just did. All right. I suspect it's because I had some honey roasted peanuts, which is just, you know, sugar, but they're gone. And I was like, I should grab a handful of peanuts. And then I was like, no, I'm all out. And then my brain was like, you should eat a Snickers bar. But then I don't have any of those either. Probably the sweet and peanut sort of centers of my brain were connected to Snickers. Okay, so the connection added widget back down here. So we delete them now. That's good. We also know that we have some things. Is it possible? As widget, scroll to this. Tell this widget's parent frame to scroll to keep the widget in view. Could that be, perhaps, all that we need just to trigger it to evaluate if it's in the right scroll position or not? I would love that. That would be amazing. Make you nice and big by expanding a bunch of stuff, and then no, it jumps way up. Okay, crap. But it's closer, so there's that. So it wants to kind of put that in the middle. But we do have some other things that we can investigate. We can say, not that, but scroll dim to end dot content bounding box bounds closer. This needs a Math32 dims. Let's take a look at this. Widget base. Geom. For geometry, I'm sure. F. Distinct lack of G. Widget base. Okay, so not quite what we want, but as frame dot scroll dim to content end. Scrolls the layout to the end of its content, i.e. moves the scroll to the very end. We just need the dimensions. Oh, wait. Done something with this. We did this with auto scroll. For the clear, I think that took a dims as well. And I had to go figure out how to wire them up, and it was a pain in my butt. But clear selections is where I want to be. Is okay. It's just math. They're just coordinates or axes. So what I want is to say scroll dim to end on X. No, Y. And then posi. Irritated that it doesn't explain that. Position is a float 32 front. Okay. Can we get given child coordinate position at the end of our this doesn't make any sense. Frame has scroll. If it doesn't have a scroll in the D, which is the axis we've said, or that's nil. I don't know why. It's internal. I'm not gonna worry about it. Set value event TRG. Let's get the index and parent of this before we delete it. Oops. But let's do this is Sibling above for parent dot get. It's not. It's child at this -1. This is if we do need this index. Because we know that this is still present now, whereas before we didn't. That simplifies this a bit. So we say if this index is greater than 0, then we come in here and do this. Sibling above is that. Ah. Do I want to do that? Let's do it this way. Delete you there. If it was, then we'll do the scrolling. But this gives me a node when it's a widget. On the Y position. That's not an int. So maybe it's not under geometry. I don't think it's in properties either. Maybe we just need to do scroll to this. Keep this widget in view. Because before we did a scroll to this for the frame and it tried to scroll to the, well, no. Scroll this to top. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we can also figure out something about how to use this friggin' API from here. If we open this parent scroll frame box.min.y, but total rect is not exposed. So if we were to do this, if we want to scroll this to center, geom dot total rect is a image.rectangle. Total bbox and then the minimum bbox for bounding box, I'm sure. Total bounding box. Like to see. Yes, min.y. Let's see how that. That's what they did here. But tells this widget's parent frame to scroll so the top of this widget is at the top of the visible range. So minimum y is probably the minimum value of y, which if it's y, you know, it's 0 to 100, let's say, it'd be 0. So theoretically, that should be, say, hey, scroll the top of this to the center. Which I don't think is going to give us quite what we want, but... So if we expand you out a little bit, we delete that one, boom, that didn't work. Need a pointer for widget events. Seems to be entirely in their events. Okay, so it doesn't really tell me a ton other than I suspect this could be nil. We'll check it, but also we'll do the correct index here. Try that again. Make some space. Well, that didn't do it at all, did it? Okay. Let's do your widget. Scroll to this. Let's just try that. Let's comment that just for while we play around. Still not. Like whatever they're scrolling doesn't actually fire until I try to scroll. Oh, did I forget to... Nope, we update frame. Why? Why this? Could I... let's get out of here. What set value event? Oh, it's internal, so it doesn't matter what it does. Let's do take a look at the concepts, events. See if we can do a... How do I just fire send an event? Doesn't... Let me double check. The events mouse down. Is there a... Scroll? Can I... What if I get rid of all this for just a second? We delete the child and then we say... Um... That might be a thing. You could set focus on the thing above. To try to remember to come back to that if this doesn't pan out. See if there's any clues here. Not really. Could I do... This was what gave us the other version of the jumpy behavior, I believe. Let's double check. Pretty sure I've been here. So if we came here and we had these expanded, it should jump to like the middle. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything. Oh, because I've done a foolish this. It was transit container. It's not transit container. That's not the form parent. Is this controls layout based on given position in scroll coordinates. It was that. That's a dims. That's not a position, a vector 2. But this doesn't have... Um, Scroll dim to content end. Scrolls the layout to the end of its content. Okay. But we don't want that necessarily. Because if you delete something up top, that would just yank you down to the bottom. Hey, Jazz, how you doing? How's your weekend going? Now you're fine. What about me? I'm doing all right. I'm finding the scroll button again, but which is right where you left off. But in the past 2 hours, I have fixed a couple of things. So if I just comment that out for the sake of sanity, and I relaunch this, this doesn't look like butts anymore, and I'm very excited about that. Need to give that a little bit of breathing room, but it's so much better. Yeah. And then I did that kind of like as a warm up and a cleanup, and now I'm back to trying to figure out how to make this stupid thing scroll when we start deleting things off the screen again. What about you? What have you been up to today? Scene size. Developing a game, and I work every time. Oh, well, that's fantastic. Do you want to share what you're working on in some way, shape, or form, or is it top secret still? With Godot, so much easier. Yes, yes. Building an engine is a stupid idea. I say as I build this engine. But it's been really good for understanding some of the reasons why some of the engines do things the way they do, right? Let's see here. So we can get the scene size. That's a vector 2. It's about a wizard rabbit who needs to bring color back to his world. That sounds really, really rad, actually. I am excited for that to be in a playable state or a showable state. So if we can get the scene size of the form parent, but we don't want this form parent. We want the max Y. You know, people like feel good games you need to serve, right? There you go. No. Well, if you get the size, that would be, because it's a vector 2, that's your maximum. So we want the y, but we don't want the form parents size. We want the connection sections, not EBs though, just that. But we don't have this because we need to, as widget, it's not a widget, it's a frame. But we probably don't want auto scroll. Well, maybe we do. Let's just see what happens. So if we're down here and we start, no. Doesn't actually fire. Well, it might fire, but it doesn't actually. It does give us this. Could do that. Let's do that. That would at least tell me if it's firing that or not. So we come over here. We need to make you small enough that I can see more than one thing at a time. Over here. So if I was to come here, expand out a couple things, grab the right scroll bar, delete one. It did think it fired a scroll. Well, that breaks all kinds of fun things. But it did fire a scroll. It just didn't actually do it. So I'm using it incorrectly. So I would need to auto scroll. Probably don't want auto scroll. Scroll dim to content end. And this is a, no, it's not a dim. We can't do that because that would yank us to the bottom. Scroll to box. But this isn't a rectangle. It's a vector 2, so that's not it. Update from geom. Updates the scroll bar for given dimension based on the current geom.scroll value for that dimension. Let's investigate that. Scroll geom also. Returns the target position and size for scroll bars. Okay. What was that I was just looking at? Scroll update from geom. And then this takes a dim. So we just say Y. Uses value but doesn't return anything. Okay. So we just gotta YOLO that one and see what happens. Down a little bigger so I can see. Get these to expand a little. So if we're down here and we start deleting stuff, still so that doesn't do either. Scroll changed. What do you do? Scroll that set dim D minus scroll bar dot value. Apply scene position. Layouter. Can I maybe just do that? This step can be performed when scrolling after updating scroll. Do I need to actually like monkey around with scroll, or can I just call this and have it behave itself for a change? Make some mess. There we go. Down here. Okay. No. But this might still okay, what if we take and say, all right, hey, you, form parent, Scroll update from geometry. We want to specifically update you on the y-axis. And then scroll changed. No. Because we don't know what the heck slider is. Can we figure out what slider is? It's probably the slider UI element, the scrolly bit, right? But geometry total rect for widget base as widget. But that's not exported. I can't get the total rectangle. Where was that? So we've updated the scroll from geometry. That hopefully would get us cause it to figure out updates the scroll bar for given dimension. Bet you this is just the UI part of it, though. But it would apply scene position. Computes updated positions. Can I do this? Scroll changed. F32.y. Dot. Can I get the scroller somehow? The slider. I see slider over here. I don't see a slider over here. The going on here. Hey, somebody subscribed to me on YouTube. I don't see any chat messages for you, so I won't call you out, but I'll just say that I appreciate that. Thank you. So the roll values returns the size. Returns a max size of is size. Set scroll params. Doesn't take that though. Position scrolls. Sets the dimensions. What if I just call config scrolls again? It says they're kept around, so maybe something's getting cached, and we just need to tell it to figure yourself out. That'd be fantastic. I would love that. Okay, so we come in here. Just make ourselves a little bit of that. No. Crap. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at events. Mouse events specifically. Mouse scroll. Amount of scrolling in each axis. Okay. New scroll. We would need to give that. Let's take a look at listeners. See what kind of. Oh, that's not going to give us that. Hmm. The That's all that. But it would have to be in not form, frame. Or it could be a widget-based thing, I suppose. Events.scroll. Scroll delta. Slide events on frames. Scroll events. Okay, probably for mobile. That makes sense. Scrolls are not exported. So we can't do that where we can grab them. At least not without jumping through other hoops, but maybe in widget base. Maybe there's something we can do here. Widget walk down. Widget events, maybe? Here's mouse things. Okay, maybe not. Window geometry, that might be related as well. None of this is what I want. Let's go back up to the scroll here. Final position scroll bar set during that. Scroll change. On input event handler for updating when the scroll bar value has changed for given dimensions. So where would the on input event handler be? Listeners do that. This gets called as part of final handle event. No, I lied. That's just those two. This gives me a position size, I presume. I'm going to try just configuring and then we don't know what the slider is. We don't seem to be able to. It's called during position. Position scrolls. Let's do this. All during position, which is here. Position from pause, all that. Config scrolls. Display. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Position scrolls arranges them. So that looks like it's probably the other side of the equation where you figure out where you are and then it puts them on the UI. All changes called on the on input event have updating as part of the layouter interface. Takes a widget, layout space. So what is this? This is a node. So this should value this node as its true underlying type. This allows methods to find a higher level. So So I have access to this. It's exported. This is the only step needed when scrolling. So and the slider is a slidable widget. Provides slider function on a draggable thumb. Which is part of being a layouter. Okay. The slider scroll bar. That doesn't tell me. This is a frame which has scroll. Scrolls are not exported. Scroll delta. Fence.scroll. Scroll delta. Scroll action delta. Moves the scroll bar in given dimension by given delta. If it has a scroll, that's not nil. Scroll scale. SB is probably scroll bar. Needs render. Scroll bar to set value event. Back here, on the event of a scroll, we scroll delta. Type assert this is a mouse scroll. Fdel is frame delta is the scroll events delta. Collection delta. All scroll action delta. Okay, so this is kind of a dead end trying to hook into these. I think seems to all be pretty much internal. This update calls needs layout. Just for fun. I thought updates the widget and all of its children. Yeah, it runs everything on all of them, so this shouldn't need to be called here. If this was going to get our scroll done. So let's go back to trying to get, so we do delete it. That's absolutely true. Um, can't do that. This transit is that. Transit container dot. There's an interesting point to rel pause. Okay, that's for a point. All right. And you are a widget, right? No, you're a frame. That's interesting. What if we call it delete because it says that then it destroys itself? Maybe there's a step that gets missed if we delete it from there as a child. Make ourselves a little bit of mess here to click on. So delete that. Okay. It's weird that that would. Hmm. The answer is no. Let's do then. Let's say. Scroll dim to content and moves the scroller to the very end, but that doesn't help us in cases of not being at the end. We just want you to be resized correctly. But maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it only matters if we're at the end anyway. Which would be a horrible and hacky thing to do, but... No, that's not... This returns... two bools. So, okay, yeah, true and false for X and Y. During scene position and position scrolls. Which doesn't really help me, I don't think. Don't remember if we tried just doing that or not. Let's just see. If we configure it and position them, will that sanity here? Not really. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Get rid of all this. Because all these scroll things are internal, this is probably going to be a cogent bug. That's what I think. Oh, and also apparently, my stream has fallen over. Briefly. Sorry about that. Some kind of a blip. I've only lost 1% of my frames. But apparently it was enough of an interruption to take me out for a second. So, anywho, because everything is internal, nothing's exported, for these scrolly bits, I think it's got to be a cogent bug that they don't correctly figure out when they've been scrolled to a place that doesn't make sense. I'm going to have to ask them. But I'm not going to spend any more of my time chasing this particular issue until I have done so. It will be... Yes, yeah, that just doesn't... Like, it resizes, it just doesn't get you into a usable state when you delete the last one. until you scroll. But let's fix something a little less annoying. We need to give these a little bit of breathing room at the bottom. That we can just do on, before I get ahead of myself, we can just do that on the form. Before I get ahead of myself though, let's go ahead and do a quick commit. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I think that's the only change. Was just cleaning out all the old stuff that wasn't serving its purpose. All right, so I need to give this just a tiny bit of what was I setting margins before? It is just set, and then this is the wonky. We'll say for Unity EM, so that's like 4 font spaces. See how we like that. Oop, nope, I lied. Because this is 2 forms. Or not 2, but actually 3 frames, three elements in here, 3 widgets, because connection edit widget needs it down here. Let's see, everything goes into connection section now, but the form container is, okay, yeah, this is the guy. Put it there. There we go. That's a little better. I think that's pretty perfect, actually. Do I want... Does make a pretty nice little list this way. It's probably fine. The other thing I want to do is this expander button, the styler I did that for this. What is the correct syntax for dot zero. That's what it is. Order that radius dot zero. We don't really want that to be a rounded off button when it's highlighted. That's fantastic. Love that. Except for the part where it gets squooshed. I guess I don't really care. It's wonky that I'm gonna leave it. Everything lines up so nicely. I'm just gonna call it good there for that for now. Now that we got the spaces in between, that helps to break that up a little bit. I like it. Okay. This I should not do here. This I should leave there for my sanity. This I should do. Quick commit. We breathing room below connection form. Remove rounded button from rounding from button folder button expander buttons. That's what we called them. Go. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break, get a beverage, and then we'll figure out what we want to tackle next. I think there's a couple things still to go on this side of the edit window, but I'll be right back. All right. Large water acquired. So, what else do I need to get going here? We need icons. That's going to be a big one. Need to figure out icons for the connection buttons, because right now, like, we just have boxes for placeholders, but that's not kosher, really. The other thing we're going to need to do is figure out zoom. For the view here. I'm not entirely sure. There's a couple things. We want to deselect a little better. So right now, if I click into here, like let's say, it doesn't deselect. Escape deselects correctly. But we can do that in a minute too. Let me just actually make myself a note so I don't forget. No, not that. This over here. Come up here. There we go. We just put it in here. This needs to be just a quick reminder to myself to fix selecting map tiles by clicking in empty space. And I'm going to forget to do that like I do every time since they changed it. There we go. And this should actually be, we need to change this because it's no longer correct. As we made our way through, this really just became an editor-specific widget. The client is not going to be able to reuse this work. There's too much that is too different. We might be able to pull out the logic for building a map grid and then like dependency inject, which is, you know, a $9,000 CS word for tell it what to friggin' use to feed it a widget or a couple different widgets or something like that, or frames. But we'll kind of burn that bridge when we get to there. We might just write a new one. It might be too different. I don't know. We'll have to kind of figure it out as we go. But make the map editor screen. Sure. That's fine. And this should not be edit. This should be editor. Okay. So. What we're going to want to do first is look at the docs again for icons. If we can get some placeholders in position for the, or using what they have by default, that would be a good start, because there's another layer to that with getting it to load custom icons, and a layer beyond that in getting it, those icons made. Need to figure out how I want to do that. I think Inkscape is the answer, but I use Inkscape like once every couple of years, and I forget how to use it every time in between. So, let's start with icons. Buttons can have an icon. That's a form button, not a button. Button. Set icon. Just that. Okay. That's that. And then if we set it... So we just need to look at the icons. Stop that, please. Icons, 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 icon. Material symbols collection. That's the source, but icons package. There we go. Oh gosh. Okay. This is gonna be. Maybe I do want the material symbol collection. Hello? Oh, right. Cogent. Can't metal click. So. What I really would like to do. Custom icon. We kind of noodled down that path a little bit. Can I put an image in a button, I wonder? I think we tried that before too. Because what I kind of envision is being able to say, hey, if it's a, if it has a left to right connection, then set the image to that arrow. Then if it has a right to left connection, just put that image on top of whatever, composite it together kind of is what I would like to do, I think. But I don't know if I can do that. Let's take a quick look first. Let me put this away before I forget and close it, something silly like that. And then we can do a quick look. When we build the connections is when we would want to do it, I think. Connection button, horizontal button base. Do this. This is where we build the button. But this is where we get connections right here. Build connections. New connection widget. That. We should do. Let's do. Actually, even before. We log fatal if we don't make a button. Well. Let's just do that. I don't know why it still thinks it should be, or could be nil. Oh, I bet you it's because... Okay, let's do this. Don't mess with the strings, just the code, please. now. Bet you it doesn't know that this... There we go. We'll do that. This should kill the program. It should panic with... It should not panic, but exit with that message. So, it just doesn't know that. I think that fixes that up. Now where was I? We do the connection handler. Build connections. This sets them. It actually calls. This calls. Build connections. Okay. This we could. Theoretically. Yeah. Update data. What I called you. You run that. Make sure. Looks like it to me. Don't think I like that it doesn't stay open, but that's let's make a note. Bad UX. Applying a change to connection will refresh the connections, which collapses the open ones. Don't do that. It's annoying. Come back to that. The But that works. So there's that. That's cleaned up a little bit. It is in build connections that we figure out what our connections are. And we append them. It's a list of this widget. So we just need to go through here and for the directions. So look at the directions. Okay, so we do this. We can do set icons, I guess. Sure, why not? So we can say you have connections. So for I don't care, in con range ctw dot connections if con dot direction. Actually, we can just switch on direction case dot east. Then we would set, see, this is why I would want to composite them, but I don't know if we can do images. But let's just do, for a quick test, we'll do default is that real quick. Let's do button dot set icon to icons dot, let's see, connection to the east would be arrow right. Let's just see if that'll, I think we had an issue with displaying these two, but it's been too long since I kind of noodled around with this to remember exactly. So it doesn't show up, but that would be not frame 2, unfortunately. So if we come up here, it's going to be another row down. Here's one. That should have an east connection. Can I see in the inspect the icon? Icon, no. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I didn't call this. So update. Data. And then this we don't need anymore. Whenever we update the data, we want to set the icons too. Which actually means this could be internal. We'll export it if it becomes relevant to anything else, but for now, good enough. Okay, still not, but let's check this. Yes, we did fire in here, so now we can check and see if it's just hiding because it's not sized correctly or something. 27. Bang. Perfect. That'll do. Button. Icon is not. Oh, I think this has tripped me up before. This isn't set icon. Icon, right? Docs go, button. Oh, it is set icon. Dang it. So, why not? It's a quartet button. Her right is an icon. Tell you what. Put them in all of them and see if any of them show up. Or if I'm completely losing my mind. See nothing. M7 button. Icon. Select an icon. Icon is the icon for the button. If it is icons dot none, no icon is shown, but I don't see. I would think that it should show up here if it was getting set. So why isn't it being set? Because we need to call update. I bet. No? Hmm. Let's go down just to be sure to one that definitely has a connection. Oh, it has an icon in here. It just doesn't show me what it is. Oh yeah, it does have an icon. Okay, so it has an icon. This one up here doesn't because it doesn't have any connections because it's just a border one. Okay. So we're setting the icon. It's just not showing up. Let's also do... We would need in the... I bet you they're just black. by default. And then our buttons background has been set to black as well. So let's do, in the base, we need to set the color. This is in the button bases. How did I do this? Over here, edit bar, when I set the, I did the connection edit widget. Delete button, delete button, delete button. It's not color model, it's just s.color equals. Funky stuff. I'll have to worry about theming later too. For now, that's fine. But why? Color that. Let's do this. Let's do override style, background. Nail transparent by default. See if that'll work. Ah, that's not what I want. That has changed everything. I can't even see anymore. I'm blind. We're just gonna restart that. Find us a go button. Override stylers. Is set to green. I missed something here. Let's do a quick test here. We can say new button is this. Oh my gosh, I can't type all of a sudden. Dot style, styles. Closey brackets. Stop that. That is the most annoying freaking bug. And then what did I do here? Color. It is styler, not styles. It's fine. S dot color equal colors dot scheme dot worn base. I think it's worn. Oh, nope. Nope, that just breaks everything. Cool, cool, cool. Let's do this since this is jank. We'll do the one with both. Yes. Okay, that worked. So why? Yes, exactly. Pretty sure my face looked exactly like that. So why don't I have any arrows? Is it because... Zero, there we go. Is it because I've got padding and it's kind of just shoving everything all in there and saying, I don't know what you want, here you go. Ah, yep, that's exactly what it was. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So, we would need this, and we'll probably change the color, but for now, it's a start. And I'm thinking these are going to want to be bigger anyway, but for just funsies and for noodling our way through here in... I don't want you to be big, I want you to be away for now. In getting this kind of roughed in, we're going to do that. We're going to run this, and we should see glorious little right arrows in all the places. And we do. Every place that has a connection. Okay, perfect. Fantastic. So. Let's get... this back. Okay. Question mark. There we go for default. I don't know what you're talking about, man. There we go. So this can be case east. this is going to be broken, but I forgot to change that. This is going to be broken because they will overwrite, but we need these cases anyway, so that's fine. We just need to set the logic up. And then this, I doubt we're going to even have. Oh, arrow outward, okay. Everything ran together in my head there. Actually, you know what we need to do? I'm silly. And then at the end of this, we say icon. And then in here, we shouldn't be doing this. This should just be icon equal icons dot arrow right. Yes, thank you for collapsing that while I was in the middle of editing it. Icon equals icons dot arrow left. Bit of that. Icon equals icons dot arrow up. Down. Icons dot arrow out. Outward, there we go. And this was icon equal icons dot arrow. Who knows what? Let's see. Arrow insert. Southeast. Can I filter you by can? Oh, not really. I can search though. Arrow. We're looking for southeast. We'll spell that right in a minute. Oh, we have northeast. Okay. Ah, we have. I bet you it's just an alias for the same one, but that's fantastic. Love it when somebody else does things that I can then use. Perfect for my case. That, and then southwest. Perfect. Okay. So this should overwrite one another as they go through, and you'll end up with whatever direction was the last in the list. But it's the starting point. And then everything's broken. Why is everything broken? I thought you were just... Oh, you know what? It's because east is a big arrow, whereas arrow right was just a little guy. Okay, so these need to be bigger, these buttons. That's fine. We have the ability to do that. Because we have width, full, height, full, narrow, and short. Width, narrow, and then the height, short. Yeah, okay. So if we make you half the size of the map tiles, how would you look? Well, you wouldn't have it. Oh, no. What the heck? This should be... I wonder if they're getting confused. Is my switch bad? Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yep. They're all... The Riddler was here. It's because connections... Direction... No, that's a cardinal. Is it because... we put these in... It would be in... Build connections. We don't set direction. Action tile that direction, horizontal. And then this. Origin destination can be tile.location dot vector2 nation wrapper dot tile dot location, but all of this needs to go into cardinal from point. And then that eastworks. We need to do this for all of the connections. I should do a helper that makes this cleaner, but that's fine for now. In all cases, when we figured out our source and our destination, we can then also figure out what the direction is, like so. This should result in rights and downs and yeah, okay. Perfect. Because they get overwritten, that's as we expect. So now the question becomes, can I composite these like I want to or not? Otherwise, we'll have to figure out something else for how to build this. Did I close? I did close my documentation window. Why did I do that? Why am I like this? I don't know why I don't have this bookmarked either. I can never remember the docs link. I'm just going to do it in a second. It's not in there. Learn about, because you hang off of core for some reason instead of like docs or something else. Sane. You can go in the bookmarks bar. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so widgets icon. Icon. This is about SVGs, but Doesn't really help me. That would be a big chunk of work to do it that way, I think. Can I... Let's see here. Button... I'm sure icon, set icon only accepts an icon. Yeah. But... Can I... Image... Copy there. Testy test code here. Or tutorially code here. So that we just do that. Probably from image draw. Looks familiar. So then... So we do that. Instead of icon, can we say... Actually, just comment all of this out for a second. Add a child. Just for fun. This needs to be a new... New image. Can I just do this? Set image img. Then I wouldn't need to save this at all as a variable. Could just see if we get a bunch of Cogent icons. No. No, we don't. One of them. There we go. You do have a button. Button does not have a child. So I would need to probably do... Like, instead of a button, there would need to be like a custom widget again. But that's a lot of work that I would rather avoid. If we were to instead so we wouldn't be able to just composite it like this, easy peasy. We would have to do a different icon for each of the directions, which is fine. Close that too. We could go through the connections still. We could say to make sure that we have some appropriately differentiable icons for the testing part. I don't suppose I can do any. Not a whole lot going on there. Look, the icons package. Hmm. Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on here. They're just SVGs. I don't think go embed can be icon gen. Go back a second here. Or generate icons SVG. So okay. So I would need to I don't particularly want them to be embedded though, because then you have to go generate every time. Like that seems really heavy-handed for that. Well, no, no, you wouldn't. Okay, so this is just generated because it is. Um, they just want to generate everything with the same name in the file, right? Okay, so we don't care about that. What we want is to image SVG widget. Okay, so we have SVGs. We have icons. It feels like I should be able to just put together an SVG and then turn it into an icon. But I don't know. Why can't I just put it in the button without making it into this thing, right? That seems kind of silly. And then custom icons. Typically placed in the C icons, custom icons directory, and you can add on, yeah. But theoretically, once I do that one time, it should be theoretically, if I did that, then they would be saved, and I would be able to. But would they be? Would they be like baked into it somehow, or would I be able to change them? I guess is the other question. Without running, go generate again, because it's just pointing to a file, right? That seems really convoluted. But we also need to fix this problem, I guess, and figure out. So let's figure out how we want to do this. We can keep running with these testy test icons. If we just do... That's what we'll wrap up with today. We'll find a couple things that we can just use for placeholders. So expand all can be... let's do... This is just, yeah, that, we can use expand all. This is north and south. East and west can be icons dot is there like a well, there's our zoom out map is our zoom out map. Let's see here. We still need a east and west. Why am I not? Arrows outward. There we go. This will give us the ability to at least have a couple things that are different. All right, so that is where I'm going to call it for today. Tomorrow I'm going to noodle on this some more. We'll probably just get this working with the placeholders, and then we can, figure out how we want to populate them in a way that's sane, because we have these connection lists. And I don't know how I want to transform that. That's going to be tricky, but it seems like the right answer. because it doesn't seem like there's any provision to put an image into a button in a clean way. So we'll go with that and see where we get to. But thank you for everybody who swung by to hang out. We'll do this again, same time tomorrow. Schedule is down below if you're on Twitch. Love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great week.